everybody, and Happy New Year. Welcome to another fabulous year on Darvanalee Designs Studio. We are here for our weekly crafty session, and hopefully we can get a little bit more work done on our neglected projects. So yeah, that's what we're going to do today. So some of us are working on a cowl right now, which is a crochet along. As you know, I have started crocheting, and we are using a pattern that I have pinned to the top of the comments by Really Made It Crochet, I think is the name of the channel, and it is the Infinity Zigzag Scarf. So it is very overcast here today, so I'm trying to get my lighting right so it doesn't blind me. It's very difficult when it's overcast, but anyway, I think I'm set. We'll see how we go. I will have to move things around. I'm going to put the camera overhead when it comes time to it, and so you can get a view of what I'm actually doing. I think I'm all set up. The book that I'm going to be listening to today while I do the crochet is The Bookbinder of Jericho. I'm about 3 or 4 chapters in. I started it last night, but I ended up falling asleep. So I was pretty tired. But I'm about, let me just have a look. I'm about 50 pages in, I think, because I've just started. But no, actually, yeah, I'm 45 pages in. So I've got a little ways to go, but I am listening to it on my headphones today while we're crafting. So I've just got to find all the places to put things so I can move stuff around. So let me know in the comments what you're working on today. For those that are new here, these are crafty sprints. Basically, if you've been over on my BookTube channel, you sort of know how sprints work. If you have not been over there before, basically what happens is we'll chat for a little while, get to see everybody in the comments and whatnot, and then basically from there I mute my mic, and we hyper focus on our craft that we're doing. So you might be doing diamond painting, journaling, whatever it is that you're doing, that is fine. And some of us read books, some of us don't do any craft at all, so it's up to you. But it's just a session that we have where we can just chill out, do our craft, listen to a book, talk about what craft we're doing, things that we've got coming up, and all that sort of, all that sort of stuff that goes on. So yeah, it is a very overcast here today. We're supposed to not get any rain, but it's already been drizzling this morning. So, and I think it is actually still drizzling out there now. So yeah, we ended up having flash flooding again yesterday afternoon in different parts, not in Kingaroy, thankfully. We still got a lot of rain, but the levels rose again, but we didn't get any flash flooding like we did on Monday. But they're forecasting more rain for the coast and all that sort of stuff. So Savannah's sort of just staying put where she is at the moment, because she doesn't want to go out and get stuck. Neroli made it home from Brisbane and had a fabulous time at her first music festival. She was a little bit disappointed. She went, someone invited themselves to it. It was just her and her friend were going, and one of her other people that she knows, they're not really friends as such, but another person that they know invited themselves and proceeded to whinge the whole time. So yeah, so she, and Neroli's not shy in coming forward with what she's saying, what she says. So I can imagine, she goes, it was really annoying at first. She goes, and the person was also late as well, so they missed the actual set that they wanted to see. So she goes, not happy. So next year they're going again next year if it's on, and they're going to book their tickets pretty early, because I think the tickets go on sale pretty early for it. So they're going to go again next year. They did the smart thing. They got a hotel down there. They stayed down there. Then they drove home the next day. They got home about 2:00 yesterday. But she said she had a really good time. I spoke to her on the phone. I didn't speak to her, but I texted her on the phone last night, and she was just, letting me know what happened and all that sort of stuff. But she said she had an absolutely fabulous time. And she's excited to go again. So I dare say there'll be a lot of music festivals in Neroli's future. So yeah, she does love a good party, the girl. She is a party unto herself. And Savannah didn't end up going out. She ended up staying at home because the girl that she was going out with ended up getting called into work. So neither one of them got to celebrate. And yeah, so she just cruised home. She goes, in actual fact, she goes, I didn't mind just being at home anyway. She goes, I just cruised. I, read and done what she normally does. And yeah, so she just cruised. So she was happy as well. And of course, I had my annual, well, I meet up with these beautiful people every week on a Friday afternoon or Friday night. We have a stitching session together. They're my close friends, and we've been doing that since the new year of 19 going into 2020. And yeah, and so basically we have caught up every New Year since then and stitched the new year in. So I worked on Snow Village, which I forgot to bring with me. It's in the other room to show you all what I've done. I'm on the second last block of Snow Village. And so this year I am with the lovely Gail from Wombat Hollow Crafts. I am doing a 365, a Christmas, hang on, what is it? Christmas 365 and 25. I had to think then. So I've pulled out a heap of projects that I'm going to work on. I am going to do another video just talking about what I'm working on and all the rest of it, a sort of like floss tube, if you will. That'll go up in the next couple of days. So basically from the 1st to the 7th, I'm working on Snow Village. Then I'm going to spin up a wheel, and then that'll tell me the next thing that I'm going to work on, and I'm going to do it in a 7-day rotation. So you probably, some of you, because I know a lot of people watch this on the replay, and if you are watching it on the replay, leave me a comment down below and let me know what you're going to be working on and all that sort of stuff while you're watching the replay. And yeah, let me know if you are stitching, crocheting, what sort of craft you're into, what your focus for 2025 is. My focus for 2025 is to get better at my crochet, so I then can share my experience with you as a learner and what I learned and all that sort of stuff. So I'm taking lots of notes and jotting things down on how I'm feeling about different things. I'm trying different stitches and all that sort of stuff. So I will be able to possibly in the future bring some crochet classes as well to the channel, because your girl loves a little bit of craft. There's actually a lot of crafts, but anyway, I'm also like just taking notes and all that sort of stuff and making sure that I can show beginners how to do it. And I know there's lots of people out there that already do it, but hey, why not? So yeah, so basically this year I am focusing on a few different things, and crochet is one of them. I'm also trying to focus on getting back into cross stitching because I haven't done that in the past year. There's been multiple reasons why that I haven't really discussed with anybody except my close circle. And yeah, and so basically I will probably, I'm not going to commit to doing a floss tube just yet, but you never say never. I think that I will, as I get into the year and I am doing some things, it's all going to be Christmas stuff because the whole year is going to be that. I do have one project that is not Christmas because I have to get that finished, and that is my red dragon piece that I've got to get done. Savannah now knows about it because I'm not going to get it done by her 21st because she turns 21 this year. So, and she's asleep right now, so, and she doesn't watch my videos. So occasionally she does pop in and scares me because they don't watch my videos. But I am going to try and find a poster of the red dragon, give that to her on the 21st, and then on her 21st, and then keep stitching away at red dragon, get that done. And I'm going to turn it into a cushion for her because I'm doing on a 28 count, and it's only I think it's only like it's about I would say 18 inches wide by about 15 inches deep, so I could make a cushion for her for on her bed. So that's what I think I'm going to do because it's small, it's not big. And yeah, so that's a change of plan. As I said, I'm going to be doing cross stitching. I'm also going to be focusing on my designing as well this year. I must be getting a cold or something because my throat has been a little bit sore. And extra croaky. So So I do apologize for that. Just the old lady voice, you know how it is. Uh, yeah, I'm also going to be focusing on my designing, both in cross stitch and in embroidery, and also in quilting, because I am a multi-designer. So I'm going to be focusing on that, and hopefully be bringing you some extra content for the Patreon. I do have to do a video for Patreon in the next day or two and get that up, and just talk of the changes of what's happening and all the rest of it. And I'm also in the process of getting the join button sorted for this channel. I think it's about time. I'm not doing it just yet because I'm having some issues with AdSense and their taxation form. Because I'm here in Australia, I've got to fill out things and all this sort of stuff. And the questions, one, don't make sense. Two, my accountant is away at the moment, so I can't ask him questions. And yeah, so it's been a bit of frustrating couple of weeks with the taxation stuff. So hopefully I can get to it, because otherwise they're going to withhold more money, like withhold 30% of the money. And this is part of my income. So I can't really afford to lose 30% of my income. It's only part of it, but still 30% is a lot of money to lose because I can't fill out the taxation form. So I have to get that sorted and get that all squared away. So before I can do that. So the join button will be appearing on both channels. Yeah, so there is that. And I've got, like, as I said, Patreon stuff and all that sort of stuff. But the main focus this year is actually designing and all that sort of stuff. And so obviously my Patreons will get some of these designs prior to them going to market and all that sort of thing. So that essentially my Patreons become my testers. So yeah, and I will be putting the call out for testers and stuff like that as well. So that is the main focus, but not for January. January is about me just getting back into the flow of things. And if come February, then everything will start to ramp up and whatnot. So we also in March will be starting to plan our trip to the UK and working in some crafty stuff along with bookish content as well. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting. We've got a couple of things that we have in mind that we want to do. One is a bag making class. Another one is a bookbinding class where you end up with a journal at the end of it. And I am really keen to do those two things. So we've got to book those and make sure we've got the right amount of cash and all that sort of stuff and prepay for it and all the things that go with that. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can do a few of those. And we're going to visit a lot of bookish places and crafty places, I'm sure. And I'm going to catch up with some friends. So there'll be lots of vlogs and all that to come and whatnot. But yeah, that's sort of what my focus is going to be as far as crafting goes. For 2025, my bookish stuff, well, we've already discussed that over on Dusty Book Sniffers. And of course, you can see I'm in the library. But yeah, I really want to focus on my crochet this year. I'm really enjoying it. And I also want to keep plodding along with my knitting as well. So I think it's going to be a bit of a year of fibre arts this year. But I'm pretty keen at the same time to get into my cross stitch. So you're probably wondering, how the heck am I going to fit all this stuff in? Well, I have calendars. So basically what happens is at the beginning of the year or prior to the beginning of the year, I sit down, I think about what I want to do, what I want to focus on, all that sort of stuff. So as you've just heard, that's what I want to do. So I actually time block times out. And January is a little bit hit and miss, but I'll get back into the flow of it. But once I hit into February, that's when I go hard at it. And I go really hard at it until normally until the end of November, and then December I usually have Advents or something like that, so it's a little bit more casual and whatnot. So the other day I went to film, which was Tuesday. I went to film and I had picked out the projects that I was going to do and went to film, and then I'm like, dang, I don't have some of the supplies which I thought I had, but I had used in other projects. So I'm like, damn it, now I'm going to have to go to the shops. The one thing I didn't want to do, I have to go to the shops. And then, of course, the heavens had opened up, so some of the shops that I needed to go to were actually closed because of water damage and stuff like that. So I put off filming for another week and a half, and I'm going to head over or head down to see Savannah not this weekend, coming the weekend after. And so basically, I mean, I could shop online and do all that as well, but I need to sort of feel the stuff, make sure it's right, and all that, you know, everything that goes with buying craft stuff. So basically, yeah, I'm going to have to head down to Spotlight and sort that out and get the stuff that I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I'm sure I had that. I rummaged everywhere, and no, I used it. So yeah, so that sort of slowed me down. I have a quilt pattern in the design process at the moment. That's probably going to start the last week of January. It's just a row by row that we're going to do for the channel. It will get to the Patreons first, so they get all of their they'll get their supplies. I'll do basically, I'm not going to do a supplies video or anything like that because they're essentially scrappy, but I will give you the amounts of background that I use. And then what fabrics you use, you can just get a ton of fat quarters and whatnot. So they're generally really scrappy quilts. So it's a great opportunity to pull out that scrap bin and just use them. And the row by rows have been really popular on the channel, especially with some of my beginner quilters as well, patchworkers. So basically what we do is we work on one block and then we make 6 of those blocks for that row and we join them together. And sometimes we can twist them and turn them and all that sort of stuff, and we can actually make a secondary pattern with the block that we've got. So that is in the design process at the moment. I was going to use a black background, which I am still going to do that. Which is I wanted to use a tone on tone, but I cannot find a nice tone on tone black, so I've decided to scrap that idea. I'm just going to go with plain black because normally I use white. But I decided that I'm going to do a black one this time, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Savannah has been down to several different spotlights and had a bit of a look for me and whatnot. So I haven't started making the blocks yet, so I'm going to a different spotlight than she's gone to. So hopefully I might be able to find something there, and if I do, I will grab it. When I release it, it'll basically underneath the video will have all the information that you need. But just know it is going to be a scrap busting one. I am using rainbow colors. I've got a few fat quarters here and other fabrics that I've got from Tallulah Pink and Tula Pink, and I always go Tallulah. I don't know why, but it's Tula Pink. Yeah, I've got some of those. So I'm going to sort of just incorporate them in. I'm going to see what else I can find as well. So yeah, I'm just going to do that. They're just going to be all different colors. It's just going to be super scrappy and whatnot. And I've got a couple of other ideas for scrap and all that sort of stuff. And of course, slow stitching Saturday is also coming back as well. And of course, I know that people in the Northern Hemisphere see it on a Friday and it gets a bit confusing for everybody, but I'm in the Southern Hemisphere. And so when I post my videos up, I'm posting them when it's that day in my neck of the woods. So yeah, slow stitching Saturday is coming back. And I've got a few other projects that are happening over on Patreon as well that are coming back as well. So I think I'm ready to get back into crafting. I just had a really bad year, which I'm not going to go into detail or anything like that. In the background, there was some stuff that was going on that was really affecting my mojo and stuff. And yeah, so I think I've worked through it with the help of my friends, and I think I'm ready to get back into it. So yeah, and basically going forward, also I had a lot of trolls in the past 12 months as well, quite nasty women commenting and just being mean, and it was uncalled for. It wasn't necessary. It was uncalled for, and the catalyst for it was at the beginning of 2024 there was just some not nice things happening in both cross stitch and crafting and what was going on and all that sort of stuff. And it really, I think because I had other stuff going on and I wasn't really having my shields up, it really affected me and actually and I'm not one to go, oh, my mental health, but my mental health really took some hits last year. So going forward in this year, I will not be tolerating it, and I will be blocking people, which I've already started doing in the last 4 months. Anybody that's got anything nasty to say that's not constructive criticism, basically will be just blocked from the channel and they won't have to ever see me again. So yeah, so basically that is how I'm going to deal with it this year, because I know that some of you we've had this conversation before and we've been here before and talked about it, both here and on Dusty Book Sniffers as well. And it's just, yeah, it's really, really, it's not a nice environment to be in, and it's not a place that you want to put yourself in. That's what's really affected my channel in the past year. And so basically I've sat down and I've thought about it, and how can I best deal with this and everything that's going on, because I do have a life outside of YouTube, and with everything that's going on, like I've had kids leaving home, menopause issues, other issues that are going on that's happening in the background and trying to sort through and all that sort of stuff. And then you've got these people that don't know you at all and are coming in and attacking you. It just does it. It's like you're getting hit after hit after hit. So basically, I've sat down, I've thought about it, I've talked to a few people about it. Chris has just popped up there. You could always turn off your comments. Unfortunately, I don't want to turn off the comments because it does affect my videos getting seen, because of the algorithm looks for activity, is the best way to describe it. The algorithm looks for activity, and this is part of my my income. So basically I've got to the point now where if these people were in front of me in real life, they wouldn't be doing this. And I feel like the anonymity of being behind the keyboard, people have got this self-righteous attitude that like they're allowed to say whatever they want to people, and they just don't understand the consequences. And I'm a pretty tough cookie. I can take some hits before it starts to really affect me. So if I'm sitting here saying, this is affecting me and what is happening, and this is what I'm doing to protect myself, that that it's been pretty bad. Now, I am pretty on it. I do like to get rid of the comments, because not only does it affect me, it also affects my friends and my community as well. I've had people get really upset that I know that I've only known online, but I've had people get really upset for me and all that sort of stuff. So it's also affecting them as well. So it's not like, yeah, you're having a go at me, that's fine and dandy, but you're starting to affect the people around me and the beautiful community that I have built here. And so I was just like, I need to really nip this in the bud. And so basically now you just don't exist if you're going to be that sort of person. So if you are a troll out there and you're watching this right now and you feel the need to, leave me a nasty comment or whatever the case may be, just know that it's not going to be tolerated here anymore for myself and for my community. I just won't tolerate it. So you will be blocked and you will not be able to find me. And you can sign up to as many accounts as you want and come at me, and you will be blocked for every single one. So that is sort of what I'm going to do to protect myself and my community, because I don't feel like if I'm suffering through it and my friends and my community are getting upset about it, then it's not on. It's just not on. So yeah, so that is one of the things that I'm going to be focusing on this year, to really shield myself and my community. And I think that I've got everything in place. I've sort of sat down, I've taken some notes, I've jotted down some reminders that, just because I'm in the public forum doesn't give people the right to disrespect me or disrespect my community or anything like that. So that is sort of where I'm at right now with that. So in that being said, I'm excited to get back into everything. I've got moderators here and everything like that as well. So they have the power to delete comments and all that sort of stuff, especially on live streams, which is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so, and I'm not the only person that this is happening to. It is a problem across the crafting community right now. I haven't had that problem over in the bookish part of the internet. It's been quite good over there, and which I'm thankful for, because I probably would have gave up YouTube if that was going to be the case. But yeah, for the most part, everybody's fantastic. It's just that few people that you get. Like, I mean, and what really really drove it home for me was between Christmas and New Year, I got a beautiful message from, I'm not going to drop names or anything like that, but a lovely lady in Perth rang me on the phone. I think it was on Boxing Day or the day after Boxing Day. I can't remember now, but had a phone call, and I'm like, well, that's strange. I don't recognize that. I knew it was from Perth because of the code on it. And I'm like, oh, that's really strange. And anyway, and because it said underneath, it said Perth. And I'm assuming it could have been, she could have been anywhere, but that's where it was saying it was coming from. And I picked up the phone and I've gone, hello. Because I didn't know who it was, and it didn't say spam because I've got filters on my phone that tell me if it's a telemarketer and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, hello, on the phone, because it was Boxing Day. That's why I thought it was weird that someone was ringing me on a public holiday here in Australia. And anyway, I picked up the phone, and there was this beautiful lady on the other end of the phone. She basically wanted to tell me that she loves my videos, and she had some questions about one of my videos, that she had made one and it turned out really good, but she was having trouble with the thickness of it going through her machine. And so we've troubleshooted that. And I was helping her with getting, she wasn't very tech savvy, and she was, I think she said she was in her 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And so I'm like, yeah, no worries, I can help you out. So I was helping her to find where to subscribe to the channel. It turns out she was already subscribed. And then I showed her where she could find all the information about the videos and stuff like that. And it was just a lovely phone call to get. And and then that's when it hit home for me, like I need to protect not only myself, I need to protect my community as well. Because could you imagine if this sweet, lovely lady who rang me to say that she loves my videos, loved, making the laptop bag with handles. She made one for her grandchild and they absolutely loved it. She loved the fabric that I used. Like, she was very complimentary, and it was such a nice surprise to get a phone call, not just a comment, an actual phone call. And because she looked me up online, and I am everywhere online because I do actually have a business, so she has access to my phone numbers and everything like that. And it was just so nice. And that's when it hit on me that I really need to protect my people too, and make sure that they're in a safe environment as well. And that's when I went, that's it. No more. This is not happening anymore. We're going to get stuck into this and we're going to stop it. And 2025 is the year that we are going to stop these trolls. And I'm hoping that other creators jump on this and just nip it in the bud as well, because if they have no platform, then they're going to get bored and move on. It's the same as to protect the live streams. Sadly, sometimes we do get a troll that gets through, but if you're new here and you can't comment right now, all you have to do is subscribe and then you can comment. And I don't, that's fine if you want to unsubscribe afterwards, that's fine. But for the live streams, you need to be subscribed to, and you will have to wait for 5 minutes before you can, because the thing with trolls and bots and all that sort of stuff, they're looking for easy access. They're not looking to sit around for 5 minutes and wait before they can say anything. So that's why that setting is there as well. I mean, I would love for you to continue to be subscribed and all the things. But if you want to comment on the live streams, you must be subscribed for that. And I have no problem if afterwards you want to go, you know what, I don't want to be subscribed to this channel, and pull out. So moving on from all of that, so be prepared to be protected this year by me. So also, if you do see a comment that is nasty, now I'm not talking about constructive criticism or tips or anything like that. If the person goes, you're a beep, 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 idiot or whatever, or they put really derogatory language in that, I feel free to report them. But if it's constructive criticism, like, hey, I was doing this and I did this, or, maybe you should try this if you're having trouble with this, because sometimes we have videos where I'm learning to do stuff and I get tips and tricks from my community as well, which I love. I absolutely love that. But if you, as a subscriber or someone that frequents my channel, because there's a lot of people that don't subscribe but still frequent the channel, and you see something that's not quite right and it would affect you, and you think that I would be upset by that and whatnot, and it's derogatory, or they're just being flat out nasty or anything like that, please feel free to report them to YouTube, because the more that we report, the more that we nip this in the bud, the safer our environment's going to become. And 2025 for me, I am on a mission to get rid of mean people and whatnot. So yeah. Anyway, moving on from that, we are just going to have a fabulous year of crafting and all the things. I will be posting on the community tab a little bit more frequently because right now I am pretty lucky to be getting a lot of new release books not yet released to the public and stuff like that. So I'll be sharing some of the fabulous craft books that I find as well on the community tab. So it's probably a really good idea that you do subscribe to the channel because you'll get to see all of those as well. And I'm also sharing them over in Patreon as well. So you can, if you're on Patreon, you'll see them there, and you'll also see them on the community tab as well. They will have affiliate links to help support the channel as well. So you can click on that. You don't pay anymore. You still get it for the fabulous price that I've found, but I get a little bit of a kickback from that. So that means that I can support the channel and I can keep bringing you great content as well. Of course, we do have a Facebook page if you want to share what you're working on and all the things. That is in the comments up the top. I posted them this morning. And I also have a Discord as well. A lot of my bookish peeps are over on the Discord, and it is predominantly a reading Discord, but there is a crafty corner, and if you've got Discord and you want to come and hang out there and you read books and all the things, you can come and hang out there as well. All right, now that we've got through all of that and my plans, I think that's about all of it. Oh, the videos that you can expect to see excuse me. I will be doing a live stream every Thursday. It will be the productivity sprints where we mute our mics and all that sort of stuff, because 4 hours of talking for your girl, it just, yeah, doesn't work well anymore. So we do the productivity sprints, but we will have chatty bits spread out amongst that. So if you are watching it on the replay, you can just fast forward through those sprints and you can hear all the talk, the chitty chatter that we've had. Sometimes we have really interesting conversations when we come back. Generally, the beginning of the video is updates on what I'm doing, what I'm planning on doing, and all that sort of thing. But then we just sort of talk, and the comments sort of drive the conversation and whatnot. So feel free, if you are watching the replay, to drop a comment down below, but be nice. So yeah. Yeah, so that is that. And I'm going to be, as I said, working on a cross stitch this year along with other crafts, and blocking out time blocking and making calendars and all the things that go with that, so I can fit everything in. As I said, Slow Stitching Saturday is coming back. I will probably be doing a floss tube once a month, because I'm only working on, years ago when I was doing it, I was doing challenge groups, so I was working on multiple projects each week, so I could do a weekly floss tube. But these days I'm sort of I'm just sort of doing one a week at this point. If I add any more in, obviously I will show them, but I'm just thinking that I'm going to do a floss tube once a month. And of course I'm going to be doing some diamond painting. This year I am starting a Heaven and Earth design one, and so I'm going to be doing diamond paint with me, where I'll do chit chats. Sometimes there'll be some music in it. I'm thinking that I'm probably going to do like chatting and then some quiet time, and then chatting, and then some quiet time, and in that quiet time I'll just have some music and stuff like that, and we can diamond paint together. So if you have a Heaven and Earth design cross stitch busted out, you can do that with me, and they will be, I don't know how often they will be, they will at least be twice a month. Floss tube will be once a month. Of course, we'll have a sewing tutorial once a week is the plan. Of course, if life gets busy, I'll just drop that, but definitely we'll have this live stream once a week. So there'll be activity on the channel, and of course I'll be doing some stuff over in Patreon that is extra, that doesn't get seen on here, so you can always come over and join. I'm doing some restructuring of the tiers at the moment. I'm actually getting rid of a few, yeah, it's just scrapping them all together. So basically, yeah, just to free up some time and all that sort of stuff. See, there's all that happening. So keep an eye out, and the best way to do that is obviously subscribe to the channel to all notifications. Hit the like button while you're down there as well. All right, let's have a look and see who has joined me today. Wow, we've got lots of comments. Okay, so the pattern that we are using for the cowl, which is the crochet, this is all I've done. I haven't done much more. I do have, I feel like I am going to have to get more wool, but I finally got my tension right. So I think I'm going to flow pretty easy. And you can find that here. It is pinned in the top of the comments, so go and check that out. And you'll be good to have that there. So I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, it's Wheelie Made It Crochet, I think is the name of the channel. And that's the one that we're following along. Jess is also here as well. Welcome, Jess. How far along in the cowl are we? I'm about a quarter of the way through my 5th panel. Yeah, you are a speed demon, my dear. This is all I've got, my first panel. I think I'm ready to go. I think I've got 4 more things to do, and then I'm ready to go. In that, and I do have to get more yarn. I've only got one other one of those, and I'm going to see if I can find more of this grey one. I do have a couple more grey ones out in my stash, so I might just throw them in because I don't care if it matches correctly. It's just a cowl that's going to keep me warm that I may wear for a week here in Australia. So it's more just to practice the stitches than anything else. I live in Queensland. Like, I get cold up here, but not that cold. Or maybe when I'm walking in the mornings, it gets pretty chilly, like it's below 0 and stuff like that. So yeah, I wanted to go for a walk this morning, but I did not want to walk in the rain. I know that it's hot right here at the moment, like it's hot and it's raining, and it'd probably be really nice to. I just didn't want to walk in the rain, so I didn't. It's supposed to be clear a little bit later, so I'm just going to go for an afternoon walk. I've got to go down and get some cat food, so I'm going to walk down and grab a bag of cat food and some heartburn medication. So yeah, sorry, I bumped the table then. So yours is absolutely gorgeous. You have to join Discord. The Discord, this is the Facebook page that you can join. That's the group, and then we also have a Discord as well. So if you just click on any of those, they'll take you over, and you can join. And it's absolutely gorgeous. I do like yours. Yours is purple and white. It's very, very nice. I love it. Just chilling out today. The rain is not making great filming weather, and I have a bout of nausea. Excuse me, today. We'll be listening to Light We Lost by Jill Santopolo. Nice. Haven't decided whether I'm going to cowl or knit. That's fair. That's fair. You've got a couple of projects on the go. Hey, Jojo, how you going? Thanks for being here. Happy New Year. Don painting and hopefully finishing it today. Amberly is here reading The Hero of Ages this afternoon and knitting a sock while I wash some hand spun. Nice. Tennille's also here as well. Hello, Tennille. How are you? Ria's also here as well. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? What are you working on today? Physical reading and crafting have taken a pause with health drama of the last week and half, but hoping to do some audio chores before working tomorrow. Nice. At least you're going to get some audio in. That's the main thing, right? We're getting clouds here at the moment. Not sure if we'll have a rain or not. Yeah, it's pretty much firing up on the coast today, but we're overcast still, and we'll probably be. I went on to Higgins Storm Tracing on Facebook and looked at their daily map that they put up in summer, or like if there's activity and stuff, and it looked like that we had cloud cover. That's all we've got today. No rain. It's mostly concentrated because I don't think we could take any more rain, like, to be honest. Out the front of my place, I can't even walk out my front door. It's so soft and squishy. No. And it's red dirt, so it stains. I'm not going out there. I'll walk out the long way, go out the back door. So yeah. Well, hopefully it stays nice and cool for you. I'm not too sure what the temps here at the moment. It's only 21 degrees here at the moment, so that's not too bad. And I've got a little thing that flashes up. Nearest rain is 16 kilometres away, so it's raining over in Nanango or Tingura. So it's raining around us at the moment. So yeah. So this is Christina, one of our moderators, who helps keep us safe here as well. So Christina is on both channels as a moderator, and we love her for all the work that she does. And also, she reminds us to hydrate, to check the laundry, and to show some love to the like button. And of course, it is New Year where Christina is. It's New Year's Day. It's the second here in Australia. So Happy New Year to you, Christina, and thank you for being here. And Amberly, I forgot to say Happy New Year to you and also to Neil. I did a big New Year's Day yesterday, so I feel like I'm past it. So if I don't say it, I'm sorry. Okay, everybody in the comments, Happy New Year, just in case I forget to say it. Christina also is saying hello to everybody as well. A few hellos back. Aria's trying to see how I'm trying to see how I can wake up earlier because I'm struggling to wake up at 7 a.m. It takes a little bit of training. I was like when I had kids, I always woke up, but prior to having kids, I used to not get out of bed until 10 a.m. and I found it really, really frustrating. And even on days that I worked, I struggled to get out of bed. And then basically I started to set an alarm, but I'd set the alarm away, like back before mobile phones, I would set the alarm clock, but I had the alarm set on the other side of the room. So I had it plugged in away from the bed, not on the bedside table. So there was no opportunity for me to roll over and turn it off. And of course, back then they were always buzzing ones. They weren't like, I had a clock radio one or later on in the 90s, but earlier to that, they were buzzing ones. So they were annoying. And I set that away from my bed. And that's how I trained myself. It took me probably about a month of doing it to train myself. And then after that, I very rarely have to set an alarm. I do just in case, because Murphy's Law is that if I've got to get up and go somewhere, I'll probably sleep in. In winter is the hardest time for me. So now in winter, summer's not that hard because I get natural light now that Savannah doesn't live here for the last 2 years. I've been waking up before 7 o'clock because her room, the room I'm in now, the light shines through to my bed. It goes through my door and hits my room, and that wakes me up because my room's incredibly dark. So I tend to wake up when the sun's starting to come up, and I've got noisy birds in summer. Like the parrots are here because I've got feeding trees all around. So they wake me up. But in winter, they're a lot more quiet, and I don't like the cold. So I tend to hibernate, and the sun rises later and all that sort of thing. So I set my mobile phone and I set it and I put it on the other side of the room where there's a chest of drawers, and I sit it there. So I actually have to get out of bed to get it. And once I'm out of bed, I don't go back to bed. I just get up and get on with the day. But it probably takes a good 3 or 4 weeks. Otherwise, I sleep until 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And I have to be sprinting 3 times a week on the BookTube channel. And I start work at 9:30. This is not great for productivity. So but there's lots of different things that you can try. And also maybe if you're going to bed too late, start reducing your time you go to bed by 10-minute increments going backwards. So if right now, say you're going to bed at midnight and you're struggling to get 7 or 8 hours sleep, each night throughout a month, just bring your bedtime back by 10 minutes, and eventually you'll get to the point by the second month you won't be able to stay up past. So right now I'm trying to work my way back as well, because I'm going to sleep at 11:30 and I'm finding that I'm still tired when I'm waking up. So I need to bring it back because I'm getting up early. I'm not getting my full 7 hours. Any more than that, I'm too sluggish. So I work really well on 6 to 7 hours sleep. But I'm waking up at 4:30, 5 o'clock, so I'm not getting enough sleep. So I'm trying to bring mine back, and I want to get back to going to bed at 9:30, 10 o'clock. So I go to bed at 9:30, lights out, because I read by 10 o'clock. So I read for half an hour. Right now I'm reading for 3 hours because I'm still going to bed at 9:30 or even 8:30. I think it was last night, but I ended up falling asleep. So it is starting to work. So there's just different things that I do as well. And I always add a chamomile tea I try to, because I do suffer from insomnia. I'll go through bouts where I don't sleep at all. So that's always fun. That's for Delulu shopping in the middle of the night. Emily is saying my crafting focus for 2025 is to use my hand spun, because the hand spun bin doesn't really close anymore. I'm going to be trying to focus on a lot of my scraps and just stuff that I have here. My plan is to try not to buy anything. So a lot of my videos this year will be slight tutorial, but more just your crafting with me, a little bit more casual, not as formal. There'll definitely be some tutorials in there, but just things that I want to make, things that are little tips and tricks when I'm making stuff and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be very casual, and I'm just going to cruise. I'm super excited. I opened up my back of house today, and I've hit 37, is it? Let me just have a look. I'll make sure that I've got it. I'm pretty sure it's 37,000 subscribers are hit at the beginning of the week. Let me just get into the back of house again. Seriously, I nearly fell off my perch. Yep. 37,083 subscribers. I'm like, oh my God. That is absolutely wild. So yeah, I was blown away by that. That is my plan, to just cruise along and just make things and talk about what I'm doing and sort of do stuff like that. I was going to do some gardening videos this year, but the weather has other ideas about it. And then I got informed yesterday that the skateboard ramp that I was going to turn into like a shade house is going. I don't know when it's going, but it's going. So I'm going to ask Brendan to come over and just dismantle it and move it from where it is so I can put some shade house. I'm going to make my own shade house. So I'm going to film that because I've never done anything like that before. And I'm scared. So I've been on Pinterest. And oh my God, isn't that a time vortex? Oh my God, I've been on Pinterest looking for different ways to make, because it just needs to be a shade house. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. It doesn't have to have, a Perspex roof or anything like that, because I feel that will cook everything. But I think I want to have the capability of putting a Perspex roof on it, because of the simple fact is winter will keep the frost off it and put some sides. So I'm going to make it as a shade house first, and to have shelving in it and all that sort of stuff. So I'm thinking that I might go and have a look and see if there's any like places around that have like, when houses get pulled down, they go and get the wood and they reclaim it and stuff like that, and see if I can get some secondhand stuff. Short of that, I'll just get sleepers from Bunnings, and because they don't have to be wide shelving or anything like that. They just need to hold plants and whatnot. And I'm thinking I've also got some repairs to do up there. So, yeah, there's just going to be little bits and things that I'm going to be doing around the house, because like around the yard and the house and stuff, because the main focus is to get this all back in order now that the kids have left. And I'm doing it on a very tight budget and doing it very, very slowly, but it's getting done. I also want to learn how to prep raw fleece for spinning. Maybe that's a stretch goal. But, if you don't have those stretch goals, you don't push yourself, so yeah, that's good that you've got that goal. And that's a really good goal, because you do spin, so it'd be awesome that you get to prep the whole process, not just the spinning part of it, but the actual whole process. That'd be awesome. I would love to do that, and I've often wanted to. There's a couple of crafts that I want to learn. Tatting is one of them, and spinning has also been one of them. And I'm pretty sure there's a spinners group. I have to get in contact with a friend of mine. She's a crocheter, and I'm pretty sure she said she was in a spinners group. And they were using alpaca and stuff like that. So I might hit her up. I haven't seen her for a while. I think she moved to Wandai. Her husband was very sick, and he went into respite care out there, and her children live out there. So I haven't seen her around town for a while. But to be fair, I don't go downtown very often. But I do have, she's just a crafty person that I know. And she taught my kids how to do crochet back in 2012 and 2011, sorry. And so, yeah, and then her husband got really sick, and we sort of lost contact for a little while there, because she was focusing on her husband and her children and stuff like that. He'd been sick for a long time, but it was in the final stages, and that was a couple of years ago. And she's had grandbabies and all that sort of stuff, but I don't go to town, and I don't go any craft groups here anymore. So that because a lot of them stopped meeting and everything when COVID happened, and they haven't got back into it. Christine is putting away the cowl infinity scarf I've been working on and picking up this cowl. CAL, and I'm reading Fourth Wing with Vanessa today too. Awesome. Jamie's also joined us. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Hi to everybody. Jean's also here as well. Hello, Nicole. I knitted this afternoon. Now I have to count to see if I have 220 stitches. I don't feel like counting. Yes, I feel like counting is a mission. And especially when you got that many, do you know what would be really handy? Having a heap of these, and every 10 stitches or 20 stitches, put one of these in. So if you lose count, you can go back and know that that's 20 stitches each time. And then, because I find sometimes I lose count, especially when you've got high amounts. So yeah. Amberly's saying hey to Jean and Jamie. I'm on row 12 of the Boxing Day crochet along with the crochet crowd. Awesome. Thank you, Jean, for the reminder. I appreciate that. And hi to Amberlee. Do you have any very easy patterns for a crochet scarf? I don't personally have any patterns or anything like that, but I know that Jamie and Jean love the Crochet Crowd. They have a lot of really good beginner stuff. Lion Brand is another place you could go for really cheap. Well, they're free patterns, but beginner friendly, and they actually grade their patterns as well, so it makes it super easy. And I think you can filter it out as well. Where else? Short of that, just having a bit of a look and have a bit of a look on YouTube, maybe put in beginner scarf and see what pops up. I've only just started in my crochet journey. I look for a lot of beginner friendly ones. Bella Coco is one that I follow, and I find her tutorials to be really good as well. And Etsy is another great place to find beginner crochet patterns if you want to pay for them. But YouTube's a great resource. Like, once you get the basics of it, you can make it as long as you want and whatnot. Just go for something that has double crochet in it, maybe. I'm not sure where you're watching from, but if you use US terms or English terms, but if you use US terms, just look for something with double crochet. That's probably the easiest and repetitive. So, yeah, you can try that out. But my main resource that I go to find patterns and everything is Lion Brand's site. They have a really good collection of both knitting and crochet patterns. And as I said, they do filter out as well. And Ravelry would be the second place that I go. They have some free patterns, but a lot of them are a couple of bucks, basically. I have got free patterns from there before. I don't know if they are still free, but I've been in a Facebook group or something like that, and they said it's free today and whatnot. So that's probably a place you could go. And welcome in as well, Mary. Thank you for being here. I believe that you're new here. I don't think I've seen your name before. And let us know where you're watching from as well. So welcome to the channel, and thank you for joining, and Happy New Year. Jean is at 51% of Scorched Roses. Are really loving this book. Awesome. Glad you're liking it. You could always turn off the comments for videos, but it does that harm the algorithm? Yes, it does. If we don't allow people to disrespect us in person, they should certainly cannot do it to us in social media platforms. I agree, Mary. Totally agree with that. And it's taken me a little while to get to that point. Like, I've not liked it. I've definitely not liked it. And I have blocked people. But for some reason, I just was allowing it to sort of happen. And it's just like, no, not happening anymore. So, but thank you for being here. And yeah, disrespect, but it's just not on. It's just stop it. People just need to stop it. I just don't understand miserable people trying to make others miserable. That doesn't make them feel better. So it's just destructive all the way around. It is. Sadly, these type of people do this offline too. Certain craft groups are banned from using local libraries. I have no idea my local libraries. I have no idea what happened, but it must have been something intense. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Sadia, hello, darling. How are you? Lois is also here as well. It's been a while since I've been able to join. Hopefully 2025 will be a bit easier to join than 2024. Today I'm working on my Australian flag sow. This is a sow that myself, Gail from Wombat Hollow Crafts, and Viv from Vistas, who is in the UK and is a cross-stitch designer, got together last year on Australia. Well, at the beginning of last year, around December 20th, I think we started advertising it. And we wanted to do it. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it together, Gail. How about we put it out to the public? So we put it out to the public and say, hey, does anybody else want to join? Oh, my Lord. That thing took off. It grew wings and it flew around the globe. And there are women and men and grandmas and aunties and uncles and family members and like groups of family members are stitching sales from around the world, these flags from around the world. So not only is the Australian flag, we have just about every country covered. And Viv from Vivsters basically we bamboozled her a little bit, just a little bit. But yeah, she ended up having, she had on hers was the New Zealand flag, the South African flag, the Australian flag, and the US flag. And then if you go to Vivsters, Vivsters, on Instagram, her link is there to her Etsy store. You will see pages and pages of flags now. And they were all created at the beginning of 2024 for the sale that Gail from Wombat Hollow Crafts and myself organized. And we could not believe how big it got. Like, it was absolutely phenomenal. Amazing. And we started it on the 26th of January. Gail has actually finished her flag. She finished it on the 21st of December. I, however, have not finished my flag. I think I've done maybe 10%, 5%, not a lot. But I had a really bad cross stitch year and that, which I have plans to work on it this month. Awesome. And some people are like doing 2 or 3 flags on that. So yeah. Nick, I'm going to nickname you Super Stitcher from now on for your crafty friend. Super Stitcher? Why Super Stitcher? You're talking to me, right? So yeah, okay. I feel like some people have forgotten the old saying, treat others how you wish to be treated. Yes. It's very overcast in Canberra. Good, nice and cool then. Thanks, Christina. Thanks, Christina. I forgot I had washing to do. Washing to move, sorry. Hey, bestie, how are you, Coda? How is your new year? How's your head? More of a question. And how was your night last night? And hello to everybody else. Jojo, Jessica Kiwi, Lois, Amber, Lee, Tennille, Jamie, Sadia, Chris, Tennille, Tennille twice, Jean, Ria, Christina, and everybody else. I'm guessing it might be a little bit hazy this morning. So yeah, I feel you with waking up at 8 or 9 a.m. That's me at the moment. Yeah, you've got to be gentle with yourself. Don't get frustrated with yourself, because the angrier you get, the more your body will rebel against you. And just be gentle and just set and do it gradually. Don't try to get up at 7 o'clock. Like, if you're getting up at between 8 and 9, maybe set the alarm for like 7:45, and set that back further and further until you do it. And then you'll probably have to keep setting your alarm to do it, and have gentle music, because on our mobile phones we've got all different musics. Turn it down, don't have it loud. There are sleep apps that you can get that actually play a melody that gradually increases in volume. So it starts off like a whisper and it slowly but surely gently wakes you up, because if you wake up with a start, it just wrecks your day. Just gentle, softly, gentle with yourself. Hello to Coda from everybody. Got up 45 minutes ago, which is, oh my God. You slept all day. Oh my God. So New Year's Day is going well then. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the sleeping tips. No dramas. Oh, and also the other thing I do, I don't turn my overhead lights on in my bedroom either. I have a lamp, which is a warm light. So you can see how I've got a yellow glow here. These lamps are warm lights. So they have like a candlelight look to them. And they're the only lamps that I use throughout my house. So at nighttime, and during the day as well, I have these warm lights to mimic candlelight, because candlelight is better on our production of melatonin. It helps to relax the eyes. It's yellow. It's not a white light, so it's not waking you up, because the sun is a bright light, so it wakes you up. As you go during the day, the lights get dimmer, and it's a warm light, but it's dimming. And candlelight is really good for helping you to relax, unwind. It's good for, in my opinion, it helps with anxiety. If you're feeling very anxious, sitting in a room that only has one lamp sort of behind something, so it's diffused throughout the room, and it helps to relax you. So in my room, I actually have dimmer lights, and they look like the old oil lamps, and the shape of the globe actually looks like a candle flame. And so, yeah, I have that, and it's got a warm light in it. So when I walk into my room, it has, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I'll turn it. See on the door, excuse the mess that is that room, the foyer, because I'm still working on that. But if you look at the door in the corner, just up in here, I don't think I can get my, just there. See how it's a yellow light? That is how, like, and you can see the room looks dark. That light is on the other side of the room, on my side of the bed, and it stays on, but it's just got a soft glow. So I can still see everything in the room, but it's got a yellow light, and that helps for me to relax. And if I turn this off, you can see in this room how it's bright because I've got two lamps on, but at night, that's how bright it is, and that's with the window open a little bit because it's daylight here. So you can imagine at night how dark it is, and you can see that that's cozy, it's relaxing, it feels warm. So it helps me to relax and all the rest of it. So I've got a lamp here that's got a one that faces up, so it diffuses the light up and across the room, and then I've got it's got a bendable one that's just like, it's about this big, and I can move it, and I can reflect it off the wall, or I can move it to where I'm reading, and I read in that light because it helps to me to relax, and there's no bright white light coming in. I mean, it's a bit hard to show you right now because I've got the blind there, although it is almost closed to stop the light from coming in. So yeah, and so you turn on the second one, and it brightens the room up again. But again, it is warm lights, and all my overhead lights, except for the kitchen, have warm lights in them as well. Oh, the kitchen and bathroom. Bathroom's got one of those heated lights, which is like walking into the sun because it's that bright. So yeah, there are other things that I do as well. I like to have my environment very I've lost the comment. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Very muted lights and all that sort of stuff. Like I can, I've got, like, if I'm wanting to sit up a bit later or whatever in the lounge room, I do have one of these daylights that I can, do some stitching with and all that sort of stuff. But if I try to stop doing that an hour before I go to bed and then go and sit in the warm light, and it helps my body to shut down. Just all the things that I've had to do with insomnia and stuff. Hi, Coda. Hope you had a great start to the new year. Sounds like a very sleepy one. Christina saying hello to Jamie, Jean, Mary, Chris, Sadia, Lois, and Coda. Super Stitcher because you're super and you're a stitcher. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hello to Coda, Christina, and everybody from Lois. I've got a lamp that charges my phone, and it has a yellow light too. Yep. Excuse me. Thinking of trying to put my phone across the room. Yeah, when I first started doing it, I actually put my phone outside, like especially when I started to get up to exercise. My body rebelled against that so hard that that little table that you see just outside this door, that's an industrial sewing machine. I sat at, there's like a little side table to that. I sat my phone there under the blanket. So I actually had to get out and search for it. So yeah, I was terrible, like absolutely terrible getting up. But now I just do it and I just go. Supper is ready, so going to do that before I start stitching today. Awesome. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. So I'm going to spaghetti and meatballs. Yeah, Coda's here. I'm going to move the camera, and it's going to be overhead so you get a better view of what I am working on. And I'm just going to add the timer there. We're going to do 45-minute sprints for crafting because I'm crocheting, so I'm probably going to get a bit sleepy. But because I don't know, crocheting actually has it puts me to sleep. So I might end up going and getting some stitching and doing a little bit of stitching for the last one. But I am going to work on this for at least 2 of the sprints that we're doing today and whatnot. So I'm just going to put a be right back up on the screen because I know that some people get sick from moving the moving camera. So I'll do that so you don't get sick. And I will be back in just a second. Okay, there we go. So that's a pretty good view, I think. What do you reckon? Oh, there we go. Just make sure I'm in the right place. So this is what I'm working on today. And I was talking about this last week. Picked a bit of fluff from somewhere. This one, this stitch I've really struggled with a little bit, just getting the tension right. So you can see down here, it looks really tight, like the tension's really tight. And then up the top here, it's got a little bit looser as well. And I think I'm going to end up, putting a border on this because the simple fact is my sides are a little bit wonky and that'll straighten it up. I've made mistakes in this. I've never done this stitch before. This is the second garment that I've ever made. So I'm basically just trying to try out different stitches and all the rest of it. Now, I really like it, but you can see here, this has a little bit, you can see it's got a bit more drape compared to this bit down here, which, you know, is very tightly, like you can see up here, it's even looks looser, like when you go like this as well, whereas down here it's very tight. And I think I made a mistake here somewhere on this side here. I don't know what I've done. I think I may have, I don't know, but I think here I've got a mistake. I've put an extra one in that I shouldn't have. So I'm not too super stressed. And then I think here I missed a couple. Anyway, it was just more about learning this stitch. It's a cowl. It's going to keep me warm, and that's all that matters. And I took a point out of the creator's video and said, you know, if you make mistakes, don't stress about it. You know, it's handmade, and appreciate the journey that you're going through. So I like how it's looking now. It feels a lot better too. So I'm pretty happy with it. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint. So what happens now is the mics will go, I will mute my mic. I won't be talking. I'll just be focusing on this for 45 minutes. Haven't got to that point yet where I can crochet and talk at the same time. To be fair, I haven't got to that either with my cross stitch either. So, but we'll go quiet and then we'll come back. I'm not going to move the camera when we come back. I'll just leave it at this and we'll chat for 15 minutes and then we'll go into another one. Let me just have a look. There's a few comments that have come in. So Christina's having spaghetti and meatballs. Ray's having breakfast. Apple wraps. Nice. Sounds delicious. Christina from Coda. Woohoo. Small sprints. Yes, small sprints here on the craft channel. Crocheting relaxes me too so much that I've fallen asleep doing it. Yeah, I almost did that last week. So I'm thinking that I'm going to to be fair, cross stitch also puts me to sleep, but I have to count more with cross stitch as well. So hopefully if you block it, it will straighten out. But it would look fab with a border as well. Gives me an idea to do a slip stitch border afterwards. Yeah, that's all I was going to do. I was thinking I was just going to do a single crochet all the way around, maybe. Nothing fancy. Just or maybe a scalloped edge would be good too. I did see a couple of scalloped ones that looked pretty easy, so I thought that would be good. I think the stitch would be perfect for a blanket. Yes, I definitely agree. I would love to do this with like chunky yarn on a blanket because it'd be such a warm blanket and a little bit weighty too for those that like weighty blankets. So yeah. And it'd be really good to do like squares and then join the squares together. So you had rows going this way and then rows going that, so vertical and horizontal, to give it that like secondary pattern. So yeah, maybe we'll have a maybe we'll end up doing, you know, what's this now? I think it's 20 centimeters wide, which is 8 inches wide, by, well, it's almost a square if I don't include this bottom bit here, the single crochet down there. So if you did them by 20 by 20, just measured them because everybody's tension is different. If you did them 20 by 20 or even 25 or 8 inch by 8 inch squares, then you could definitely get it done pretty quick on that. So yeah, you never know, there might be a pattern in the future that comes together. So yeah, ooh, love a blanket. I love the patchwork idea. So do I. I think it's a fabulous idea. It just came to me then. That's the problem when you're a designer. Everything ends up being a pattern. So yeah, so that is where I'm at. But in a chunky, I think this would have been better in a chunky, like a 12 ply or something like that, maybe even chunkier again, and whatnot. All right, let's start the clock, and I will see you all on the other side of 45 minutes. Okay, we are back. I had to do a little bit of watching to make sure because I got to the end of the panel and I think I've done it right. Either way, I'm learning and that's all that matters. I'm not going to worry about moving the camera. I'm just going to leave it how it is, but I definitely have my tension right now. So yeah, I'm happy with it. And I'm happy with the next panel. So now I'm going to do a whole heap of single crochet for 8 rows and then I'll be back into this panel. And the good thing about this pattern as well is that, oh, that's a mess. What's going on here? Oh, look at that. I've got a joined yarn. I'll just, yeah. Look at that. That's how it came out of the ball. So I'm going to have to join that. I'll do the magic join, but yeah, that's pretty ratty. So let me just trim that off. And yeah, I'll do the magic. I'll have to look that up again. But apparently you can do a magic join where you put it like this and you do the thing and then it slides together and then you trim it off and you can't see the knot. So I'll have to look that video up. But yeah, this was just cheap yarn that I got. So I'm not even surprised that there's a break in it. Yeah, and I've got another couple of balls of grey wool I think I'm just going to use for this and just do it in grey. So I'll work this ball and then I'll go and get the other ones and then I'll work that one and then I'll finish with one of these. So yeah, or maybe just alternate between. It's the same ply, so it's not going to make any difference. And as I said, it's just something to keep me warm when I go to the UK. So there's that. I had to do a couple of texts as well, so that helped me up a little bit because it is actually a work day for me today. So that's not handy for live streaming. But I think the view is pretty good. Is everybody happy with how you can see what I'm doing a little bit better? Of course, this is going to work for if I do cross-stitching as well. All right, let's have a look and see how you all went because we're only going to have a 15-minute break and then we're going to get straight back into it again because we did chat for a little bit. No, I did not, where did I, blanket, patchwork, aha, here we go. Nina joined us during that sprint. Hey, Nina, how you going? Thanks for being here. Vanessa also popped in as well. How you going? How's your day going? How are your sprints going? Because I know you're doing 12-hour sprints today, so you'd be close to be wrapping up, surely, soon. On that, I did see that you were there, but I didn't have time to get on YouTube this morning. Finished first book of 2025, A Firefly Lane by Kristen Hanna. Have you watched the show of that? Ria, that Firefly Lane is such a good show. I'm sort of spewing that it didn't continue, but anyway, it is what it is. I put pork green chili out to thaw last batch. Oh no. Made some coffee and some chicken salt popcorn. Nice. I made some popcorn last night and there was this new popcorn salt. It's terrible. It's just plain salt. And it was terrible. So I only made a small bowl of it, so it wasn't so bad. So I won't be using that again. That's gone straight in the bin. Because it actually has popcorn salt on it and it's terrible. Like the chicken salt is so much better. Maybe I'm just partial to chicken salt, but it tastes so good on popcorn. Have you had it yet, Curta? Like, have you had the popcorn with the chicken salt on it? Or is this the first time you're making it? Let me know what you think. Going to put the green chili over jalapeno cheddar bratwurst sausages. Nice. Hi Vanessa, long time. Hey, yay for Ria. Thanks, Christina. Big yay. It is awesome that you finished. I finished one yesterday as well, which was The Secrets of Heartwork for my first book of the year. Absolutely love that book. Everybody should just read it. Spent the last sprint cross-stitching while listening to an audiobook, Zodiac Academy, Restless Stars. What do you think of it, Lois? Is it good? And I'm looking forward to seeing you around a bit more this year as well. I knit about an inch on my sock and read page 339 of The Hero of Ages. I'll be starting dinner during the next sprint. Awesome. Did some cowl going. I'm watching the show at the moment as well. Awesome. It's a good show. Hey, I liked it. Washed some meal prep containers for tomorrow and listen to a bit of my audio. Excellent. I've got to chapter 9 in my book, Ghost Orchard by Jonathan Kellerman, but I was on the wrong side when I started the next row of my blanket, so pulled it out and had some meatloaf to commiserate. What better way than with meatloaf? Yum. Oh my God, going to leave you up while I nap. This nausea is getting, oh, that's not good, hon. I hope you feel better soon, hey. Just take it easy, be gentle on yourself, and hopefully you feel better. Got a bit done and listened to some Wicked Jenny. What are you thinking of Wicked Jenny, Jojo? I didn't mind. I think I said yes. I didn't mind it in the end. The popcorn is so good. No, it's the first time. I know. Oh, I wish I had my first time when I realized that this is the best popcorn ever, and I will never make it any other way. So for those that don't know, I put chicken salt on my popcorn, and my popcorn over the years has been like everybody devours it. I'm just like thinking of it because when I go to events or anything like that where it's like bring a plate or whatever, I always take a big bowl of popcorn. Because you know, you bring snacks and mains and all that sort of stuff. So I always take I have this really big blue tub. I don't even know what happened to the blue tub. I think Savannah might have taken it. Tupperware tub, and it had a lid on it. So I'd take that and fill it full of popcorn, and I put chicken salt on it. And people, you would see people just standing at the table and just keep eating it because it's so moreish. But it tastes like movie popcorn in a way, without all the butter and all the things on it, but it's so good. I hope that you're judging by the so and the good, you're enjoying it. And the drooling emoji. Yep, fantasy. It's about the 9th book in the series. Jean is also reading it, and a friend of ours over on book 2, Brooklyn, is also reading it. I think Brooklyn's up to book 8. So yeah, I'm not sure where. Jean, if you're still here, where are you up to? Are you up to book 9? Or you're further along? You might be further along, I think. Or maybe you're the same spot as Brooklyn. My first book for 2025 was Orbital. Since my sister stayed on the phone well over 1 a.m. Oh, my God. Is Wicked Jenny available on audio? No, I don't think so, because it hasn't even been released yet. It doesn't get released until the 7th of January. I read a lot of it with my eyeballs and immersive read it, and listened to a little bit of it through Speechify. I just have Speechify there if I get running behind time, because a lot of time when I start books, I just read with my eyeballs. Sometimes I'll immersive read it if I'm feeling a bit tired or anything like that. So, yeah. It's moving along now, and the story is picking up. I'm liking it more than yesterday. Cool. Yeah. You'll probably from now, there's all I'm going to say is when you get to the bathroom scene, let me know. I'm addicted. I can't have any other popcorn now. No, you won't be able to. I tried it last night and it was disgusting. So, yeah. Just got to have it with chicken salt. I have Speechify, so I usually immersive read or while I diamond paint. Yep, cool. That's another thing to do as well. Do you have premium? If you don't, I have a link on my channel. You could probably hook up for that. It gives you $60 off premium on that. It's not a cheap app, but it's definitely a time saver app. And Savannah used it for her stuff for uni, and she thought it was absolutely fantastic because she could immersive read. She didn't get distracted. She could use it while she was driving. She could use it while she was traveling, all that sort of stuff. And she really liked it. So, Yeah, used your link when I signed up. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I took a I think at first I was like, oh, I don't know about it. And then like this was a pure accident that I got this app because I seen it an ad for it and I thought, oh, I'll check it out. Because I was looking for it for Savannah. And because she's only really just starting to get into audio and all that sort of stuff. And I thought it might be a way for her to help her get through her studies without being so stressed about all the reading. And yeah, and when I first got it, I signed up for the whatever the trial period was, and I must have signed up at like a 2 o'clock in the morning or something because it renewed at that time, and which wouldn't surprise me because I'm usually up scrolling at that point and of the night if I'm not sleeping, and so I ended up inadvertently paying for premium for a year. Um, and then I thought, well, I've got it now. I may as well check it out. And then I started going through all the voices and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, this is good. And now what I do when I get a book, if I want to put it in Speechify, I scroll through a lot of the voices and stuff and I just match the story. Like I'll read the story a bit with my eyeballs and then I'll listen to, say, I'll go back to the beginning of the first chapter because I know now what the story is going to be, and then I'll try and match a voice to the content. And so I've sent a recommendation. There was a girl that I listened to for a horror story. Her voice was a little bit abrasive. It suited the style of story as well. So now I do this like mix and match and try and work out which will be the good voice to listen to it. And some have more annotation in their voice than what others do. And it's just, yeah, and I'm having a lot of fun trying to match it. And sometimes I'll listen to, maybe 5 minutes of it at that voice and go, no, that's not right. So then I'll go back and then I'll add another voice in until I find it. And Gwyneth Paltrow I've used a couple of times for like romance stories, like contemporary romance stories, because she just has that nice pitch in her voice. And if I want to have fun, I have Snoop Dogg read to me. So, yeah, it's great. So now basically I don't just send it to my Kindle now. I basically extract the file, have it there. It goes into Speechify and to my Kindle. And then I put everything into the months that they're due to be read. And so if I need to, if I'm running out of time or whatever, I can pull them up. So the Bookbinder Jericho, I'm going to listen to a little bit more today. I'm probably going to take a couple of days to finish that. I'm thinking that's just going to be my morning and evening read. And then during the day, I'm going to be reading stuff for NetGalley and my TBR, which I have a few books on there for that as well. So, yeah, I'm going to go and watch TV and cook. Happy crafting, everybody. Thanks for dropping by. I'm glad that you like the chicken popcorn, and I've ruined every other popcorn for you from now, forever on here out. Nothing left for you to eat but chicken salted popcorn. With that, we are going to bring the timer up again because we do have a time limit today. We want to get 3 crafty sprints in. I'm actually not feeling that tired after that session, and I think because I broke it up with watching the video. So basically, I'm going to do the 8 rows of single crochet. Then I'll have to go back and watch the video to see how to do it again because I've forgotten how we did this end down here when we started the zigzag. So I'm hoping that now that I feel like I've got the feel of it and all the rest of it, that it's going to work a little bit better. But I will jump up and grab those other balls of yarn while I remember during this next sprint as well. All right, let us add the timer to the thing. And we're going to mute our cameras, mute our mics. And yeah, we'll be back in 45 minutes. Okay. How did everybody go during that sprint? I joined my yarn back together. Went out and checked the yarn that I had here, and it's actually a 4-ply. So I can't use that, but I did find somewhere which has this actual color, so I can match the color, the same brand. And they only have 6 balls left, so I'm getting them all because I'm going to basically do this. And the pattern says that it needs to be 56 inches, so I'm going to do mine the same length and see how we go. And then I'll be able to use the same color yarn because I just want it as a monochromatic. So I'll be able to do a border around this. I am going to definitely put a border around this just to make it that little bit wider, because I just put it up around my neck and it doesn't feel wide enough to me. And because I'm going to be using this when I go to England and Scotland, it's going to be very cold up there. So, and I feel the cold pretty badly. So I figured, you know what? I'm going to do it. And so it just has a little bit more drape. I'm actually going to do, instead of 8 rows here, I'm actually going to do 12 rows just to make it that little bit thicker. So that'll end up, because it's at 9 now, so it'll end up being just that little bit thicker, which I think, and I'm just going to measure it because my tension is just all over the place. So I think it'll end up being a 3-inch is what I'll go for. So these panels here are going to be 8 inches, and then these will be 3 inches. So yeah, so I'm going to get another 6 balls of yarn. So I've got to go. I've got it sitting in my cart and ready to go. But yeah, I'll do another. I'm pretty sure I've got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 9. There's definitely 9 there. Oh no, that was the 8th one. I'm now about to do the 9. So I'll do another 4 rows, and that'll bring it up to the 3 inches. So yeah, but I think it's coming along well. And I think with the border around the outside, I'm going to try and do a sculpt border. We'll see how we go. But anyway, it could end up being just a hot mess. But at least I've practiced a few things, like my single crochet. I've got that down pat, although I keep going to do a double crochet. So single crochet feels really good. The tension feels really good on that. And I think just having that little bit of extra single crochet, it's going to give it a little bit better of a drape. And if you've been around for a while, you know that I'll change patterns up all the time. So yeah, so I think... and because, like, I'm pretty sure I've got the right amount in here, and I just measured it. I'm just going to go with 8 rows. No, sorry, 8 inches, and then it'll be fine, I think. So, yeah, I think, but definitely have that as a 3-inch, and that's going to give it a little bit more drape. It just feels a lot better. So yeah, so I've got 2 more balls here. I'll have that by the other balls by next week, and then I'll know I definitely have enough. I was just so bummed. I thought it was an 8-ply. I don't know why I thought it was 8-ply. I do have more grey out there, but it's like really chunky. So, and it's wool. So then I don't want to mix wool with acrylic. So yeah, I just wish I had have got my tension a lot better up here, like down here, like it is up here. But going forward, it'll be fine. So yeah, it'll end up being what it is. All right, let me just move this off there. And where were we up to? Christina says, enjoy your evening, Dakota. He's long gone now. I'm watching Only Murders in Building when... Okay, that's not finished. Selena, how are you? Oh, and I started listening to the Vanishing Bookstore on that, which is starts out in Salem in the prologue, and then I think it's like a time jump thing, like going backwards and forwards. I think is I only listened to a little bit of it. I'll read a bit later. So yeah. How are you today? I am reading Ashen Sun this morning. Awesome. And Belize says hello to Seluna. Deb also joined us during that sprint. Afternoon, everybody. I am reading When the Coffee Gets Gold by Tosi Kazu. Yeah, I'll just say that author there. What are you working on today? Are you doing any craft or anything like that? Finished a middle grade audio while working on chores, but at 10 p.m. I think my chores will wait until after work tomorrow. That's fair. Okay, just finished the 30th row of zigzags, and now to watch the transition row. Transition row is pretty easy on that. I didn't really have a problem with it on that, and it looks all right. Like, that's the front of it. It looks pretty good. So, and that's the back. So it's a little bit wonky it looks a little bit wonky on the back, but it's fine. And I mean, considering it's just a crochet cowl, like, I know I say just, but it's only ever going to be used minimal amount of time. So I might as well make it what I want. So I think putting the border on it is actually going to, because that's just going to be up each side. I think that is going to just make it that little bit wider and feel a little bit more comfortable. And I'll probably just go 60 inches. Give it that 4 extra, because I don't mind if it drapes a little bit down off my neck, because I do feel a little bit claustrophobic when things are around my neck. I don't often wear scarves because of that reason, but I do wear cowls. This is what I love about crochet. You can take a pattern and adjust it to fit what you want, and you make it your own. That is true. Very, very true. Just make that the back part. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, this bit down here will just end up being the back part, so that's fine. And like, it really, if someone's up that close and personal to see my mistakes in my cowl, they need to really get out of my bubble. Like, that's just, you're a little bit too close. So yeah, dinner's almost done. Working on my sock again while I wait. Nice. How are you liking the show, Jean? Hello to Saluna and Deb. Hello to Amberly and Christina from Saluna. I need to write a quilt pattern. Are you going into quilt design now? Cool. Excellent. It looks pretty. Thank you. I got distracted by the kittens. The little 4 littles are running loose for recess and are very friendly. I did get 24% into my audiobook and finished about 5 stitches in a row. Nice. Yeah, I know. Personal space, dude, back off. Always admire your crafting knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. If you are close enough to see the stitches, you be too close. That's exactly right. Was a quilt designer before cross stitch, but will be working in a quilt shop doing classes on everything. Oh, where's the quilt shop at? Is that the one? Is that, oh, what was that called? Patchwork Orange or something? Orange something. There was one in Bathurst. I didn't know you did quilt designs. Why have I not seen any of them? That's really weird. I've seen everything else that you've done. Why have I not seen your quilt designs? That's awesome, though. Excellent. All right. Look at that. It looks good. I like it. I mean, you could do you could basically do a scarfing single crochet. The Crafty Peacock in Bathurst. Nice. And you'll be doing classes on everything. I'm assuming teaching. I would assume teaching. So yeah. Over 10 years ago. That was a while. That's probably why I haven't seen them. So I've got a couple of quilts in the pipeline as well. Doing another row by row on the channel. So yeah, I've got another couple other ones that I'm working on as well. But when they see the light of day, well, who knows? Who knows? But yeah. All right, we might go to our last sprint. Christina's worst part of the day when I say that. But I got other stuff I've got to do today too. So let me bring up the timer and I'll just refresh that. And we will I hope so, because that would be fun. It would be fun. 10 years ago, gosh, I was just starting out. Like, I just started out on working from home. So, well, actually, it was a little bit earlier than that. I'd been working from home for 4 years. Um, so yeah. Christina's crying. A switch back to a reading. Once you're wearing a cowl, it's folded and draped anyway. So, and most of the unique stitch elements you accidentally included won't be noticed by anybody. Yeah, I think I'm going to put a scalloped edge on it. I'm going to try it. Why not? This was a new thing. Like, I made a mistake there. I put an extra puff stitch in. So yeah. But anyway, I don't care. Like, I'm learning, so that's all that matters, right? When you're learning something, you're going to make mistakes more often than not. And I've pulled this in and out, and it's not the best yarn to work with. It's got a very loose twist in it, so that makes it pretty hard as well. And the what could be fun? I don't know. You said that. Will you be teaching? I hope so. Then it will be fun, is what you said. So I don't know. But this is Christina pouting because we're going to our last sprint. All right. Oh, okay. I was talking several new stitches and adding them all to the one scarf. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that will be fun. Yeah. Awesome. I thought you were talking to Deb. Sorry. So you can try lots of different things. Yeah. I was thinking, like, I might even do a scarf where, like, I'll do panels of different stitches would be good as well. All right, let's go to, I'm going to jump up and grab my payment details and all that sort of stuff, and then I'll be back. But we're going to start the last, no, got, enter button, got happy, fair enough. So let me just pop this back up on the stage. All right, I'm going to go grab my payment details so I can get these yarn, so I've got enough to do the border and all the things. And we'll be back in 45. Happy sprinting, everybody. Can you hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Um, Okay, cool. There's a yes that come in. I don't know what happened then. It wasn't it was unmuted and all the rest of it. I just had to go into the settings and play around with the settings. Sorry about that. All right. Everything seemed to be fine in the back. I just clicked on one thing, clicked on another, went back to what I was originally on, and now it's working. So anyway, what I was saying was we'll definitely be back next week at the same time. And sorry I didn't come back straight away because I was working on my next section, and I had to watch the video. I got a little bit sidetracked. I don't know what was going on with StreamYard. My camera started flashing, sorts of things. I had to um, like go in and out twice, and I thought, oh my god, that's going to cause someone to have an epileptic fit. Flashing things can cause that, and so I had to go in and out. So luckily, I've worked out that if I share the screen for the time it doesn't disappear. You've just got a frozen picture. So I don't think you actually seen any of the flashing. It just froze. So yeah, I don't know what that was about. And it must be something with StreamYards because also my mic was muted like you guys, but it wasn't on my end, like it was all clear. So anyway, I during that sprint, I've finished my single crochet part, and I'm liking the fact that I've got a little bit bigger. And I also gone on to the next zigzag part, so that's really good as well. And I managed to find the exact match for a website here in Australia. They only had 6 balls left of the grey, so I bought all 6 so I can finish this project. And whatever's left over, I'll just use for a blanket or something along those lines. But I'm definitely going to put a border on this, and I'm looking at it. I think I want it to be about 10 inches wide, maybe a little bit wider, so it's nice and bulky around me. And so I'm probably going to put 2 rows of single crochet as a border, which will tie in. I was going to do scalloped, but I think I'm just going to do single crochet. So I'll have a go and see. Um, I'll see if it looks all right. If it doesn't, then I might do a scalloped. But I have 6 balls of this coming in the exact color, so it's all going to be monochromatic like I wanted it. And yeah, and if I don't like the stuff, I'm sure someone in my friend group will absolutely love it. So yeah, because I'm not a scarf wearer, and I don't often wear cows either, but I do wear like skivvies, so I don't mind things up around my throat. I just don't like to feel itchy around my throat either. So there's and I'm going to, in my opinion, to a very, very cold place, like a cold that I've not felt before. So I want to be warm because if I'm cold, I usually am miserable, and so I want to make sure I'm warm. So some of the things that I'm getting a pair of Doc Martens this year. I think everybody's going to chip in there. Like the family's going to chip in for those. So I'm going to double check that. But I'm going to get a pair of Doc Martens, platform Doc Martens because I'm a little short bum. And they've got a heel on them about this big. So I'm going to get a set of those, and I'm also going to teach myself how to make socks this year. But I'm going to do crochet socks, and I'm going to use some of the yarn that I've got out there, and I don't care if they're like mismatched or whatever because they're going to be in boots anyway. So, and then next year I'll learn how to knit socks. So there's that. But I'm so glad that I managed to match this. And it's not a bad yarn, this either. Like, even if I've got a little bit left over, it's not a bad yarn to work with. It's just not got a tight twist on it, which, because I'm learning and learning where I've got to place the hook and all that sort of stuff, I've grabbed it a couple times with the yarn, but it's getting better as I go. And if I've got any left over, I can just chuck it into a blanket. There's a blanket that I've got that I think is just like big, I think it's actually single crochet. Big squares to single crochet, and then it's put together with a different color, and it looks like a patchwork blanket. I have that there, so I can always use some of these and have different size squares in it or whatever, and just use it. Let's have a look and see how you all went. Thank you for telling me that I was muted. Now where were we? Here we go. Okay, well, ooh, I finished on a B row, so I guess I have another. Yeah, that's what I thought I'd done too, but I didn't. I thought, oh no, I finished on a B row and I need to finish on an A row, but I didn't thankfully. Um, and yeah, so I got it in the end. I went to the library last chatty bit, so I might have missed it. I have a small headache. I'm going to try and get some reading done. I've got a lot of work to do this afternoon. I've got to do some um, calendars and all that sort of stuff for Patreon. So I won't be doing any reading this afternoon because we're doing a lot of reading on the screen. So and unfortunately no crafting either. So yeah. And no library haul because I borrowed way too much. Oh, where's my phone? Put that. So someone's ringing me and I can't. I don't know where my phone is. It's underneath one. I'll finish this and fine and ring them back. Impossible. There's no such thing as too many library books. That's exactly right. True. That never too many. I enjoy the books though, and it keeps me company. Awesome. And of course, you can hang out in sprints and everything, and we can keep you company as well. Happy with the progress today. Just finished a stitch heavy square. One more down and millions to go. Awesome. What are you working on? Did you say what you were working on? Oh, the flag. That's right. Yeah. Thank you for today. I have missed doing sprints. Can't wait till next week. Awesome. Yeah, so I am on my channel as of next week. I'm only on my channel, Dusty Book Sniffers. So basically, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll have me on Dusty Book Sniffers, Darvanalee Designs, and then Dusty Book Sniffers. On Mondays, I'm on Coda's channel because we're not dual streaming anymore. So we're going on to Coda's channel on Sunday. And so 3 days a week, you'll get me on my channels, and then on Mondays on Coda's. And I don't sprint. At this point, I don't sprint on any weekends. I do that with my Patreons, and I don't sprint or do any computer like socializing on social media on Tuesdays before filming. So let me go down past a minute. Um, oh my god, I just hit the bathroom. It's all making sense now. I know, right? Ah! Did you like it? It was so gross. I'm just like, oh my god, no. You did not just write that. Oh, so yeah. All right, everybody can hear me now. Like that, everybody it wouldn't be a stream without some sort of technical difficulty. It was obviously something happening with StreamYards because, as I said, my camera started flashing. And I put up a thing. I'll be right back. My camera's just playing up, and it wasn't me though. That's the thing. Because there was nothing wrong. The camera was plugged in and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know what was going on. Got into the divider rows, got 6 of the 12 done. So basically, I got one whole round done, and now to repeat. Awesome. Saw the flashing at the beginning right before you went black. Okay. Thanks for hosting, Nicole. Enjoy the rest of the day. I've always wanted Doc Martens and Uggs. I've never got them because of their price. Yeah, they're pretty expensive. But with going into a cold climate and cold and wet, I think Docs are the best way to go. That remember to hydrate, people. Check the laundry and show some love to the like button. Thank you very much, Christina. Worked on cleaning out my library that sprint. Excellent. These are the next crafty sprints next week, and these are my reading sprints tomorrow. So come and join in the fun. I'm almost up to the toe of the sock, so I should finish it tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll get Hero of Ages done too. Excellent. Thank you for the company. Have a great day or evening, everybody. Yes, thank you for being here. I love it. I love hanging out with everybody. It keeps me company too because I'm here on my own. Just posted a pic of my project on Zigzag Scarf in the Crafty thread. Awesome. What you think? I'll have a look in a minute and I'll reply before I get stuck into work. no rest of the week for me. I finish here and then I'm straight into Patreon stuff and I've got editing to do and all the rest of it. And I'm in talks with someone about having a part-time night job as well. So because I want to go to England comfortable. I don't want to go to England stressing about, oh, am I going to have enough? So I want to go comfortable. So I figured that and it's only part time, so it's only about 2 times a week. So yeah, I just want to go comfortable, and so yes, and it's like 4 hours. So yeah, we'll see how we go. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. I am going to contact Road Transport again because I might be able to get some morning and afternoon work, which is only like an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon, just at the end of my street. Not very far at all. So I can walk there and walk home. And that's being a lollipop lady for the school kids. So I'm going to send a message to them. And I think it's like an hour and a half. So it ends up being 3 hours a day. But I can walk there, walk back. That gets my walk in. Yeah. And all, so I might have to shift things around a bit, but no big deal. That so I can always I can go down if I'm on a sprint day. I just a 2 hour sprint, and yeah, I can go. Only thing that'll bugger me up is if the internet decides to go. Yeah, not working. I'm out. My docs were a lifesaver in London. Yeah, I figured so. Savannah's just got her pair, so hers will be nice and broken in. I'm going to ask them to get them for me for Mother's Day, so I've got enough time to get them all broken in before I get there. And I've got a pair of slide sneakers for on the plane, so I'll wear them to the airport and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Thanks for the sprints, Nicole. It keeps me focused and I get things done. I listen to an audio book and cross stitch. Glad you're working on a Snow Village again. Yes, I am on to the second last one, Marty. Oh no, because you've watched it. You've been probably watching it for quite some time. Yeah. Yeah, you've probably been watching that pretty much from the start, I think. So yeah, so basically, I'm onto the second last block of it. So and I'm working on it all this week. So that is what I'm going to be doing a little bit of tonight. I'm probably going to set my crochet down now anyway for maybe work on it on the weekend or whatever. But for now, that's getting put away because I have to do all my other work. So yeah, I'm excited. It's so close. It's so close. Would you ever do your hair in a 20s bob? I actually used to wear my hair in a bob. I had a short one. Short ones look weird on me, so I go shoulder length bobs. So yeah. I got new ones in the Black Friday sales. Yeah, Savannah's weren't that expensive either. We got hers just before Christmas. When there was all the sales on just before Christmas, so it might have been the Black Friday one. We ended up we were going to get them online, but we ended up getting them in store. And I think those were I think they were 190. She got them for on sale, so it wasn't too bad. So yeah, thank you for the sprint as usual. Thanks for being here, Chris. I love your company as well. They were my Christmas present from my grandma. Oh, nice. Yes, I've watched it. You watched it from the start. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that might have been the case. So yeah, so it's back out, and so I put in a whole heap of stitches yesterday while I was sprinting, and I was going to put some more in last night, but I was really tired, and I just thought, you know what, you'll end up making a mistake because I'm in the white where I've got to count properly, because it's got those little things down in the snow, the little leaves and stuff in the snow. So I thought, no, I won't do that. But I'm going to pull it out tomorrow again because I don't start back quilting and everything until next week. So I've still got a day off. So I'm going to bring it back in here and put some stitches in it tomorrow maybe. I'll see how I go. But I am definitely going to put some stitches into it tonight on that while I'm listening to my book, which will be the Bookbinder of Jericho, is what I'm going to be listening to tonight. Because let me just put the hook in that before I forget the little stitch binder. And then it all unravels during because I think there's stitch binders in there and it's actually not, and I'm moving everything around. So yeah. So yeah, I'll put it tonight while I'm listening that because I have to do some work. So if anybody else is looking for some sprints, which are bookish sprints, Atia is still sprinting, so it's now. And here is the sprinting spreadsheet, aka BookTube Bible. That has all the sprints. If you like working on your craft and don't mind people talking about books and stuff, I'm sure you'll find someone to do it with. Alternatively, you can come back tomorrow and hang out with me. All right. And one last comment. Currently at 63% of Six Cool Roses, and I'm enjoying the Vale and Lila story. Thanks for the spreads. Yeah, I've been hanging to read it, so I'm glad that I've got it and I can actually get into it. So I have started it. I'm up to page 50, but I'm just doing it in the morning and the afternoon because I have other things to read this month as well. All right, so that means we have come to, let me just put down here, no worries. See you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Don't blame you either. But that is the end of the sprints today. Thank you very much for joining. Don't forget to do all the things, like, subscribe, come over, check out the Patreon if you want to support the channel in any way. And of course, I will see you all in the next video. Happy days, everybody. Bye.